Hello! Happy Tuesday! Ooh, you can really see the, our power issues when I'm over here where there's lights. They are flickering badly. So yeah, this remains a problem. I don't know how much more power we, actually need, but certainly our current system cannot keep up. We've got to be very, very close to being able to keep up. I wonder if, instead of... Instead of making these systems, significantly larger, or making a whole new set of these, if I can get away with just, drop some efficiency modules into these guys, and then I can pull a little bit more heat out of the biomass that we have in this power plant design. That is one option. Because, yeah, we're just... bouncing off of this. The other option that I was talking about was to try to find, one or two more geothermal nodes and get those hooked up. Because, that would probably do the trick, honestly. Because we don't need any more of the power of geothermal to run the power plants. So I think I could hook up a couple more of these. Let's look again at where we have geothermal. This one's hooked up, right? Yes, this one's hooked up. Okay. So if I wanted to, I could try to bring this one, down and in and hook it up to there. There's also one way up here, which is just kind of like a... I mean, it's a long pipe to hook it up, but it's not the end of the world. These ones are a little bit more of a pain, because they really have to go, through the main base. Yeah, alright, let's get this one hooked up, and maybe this one too, and let's see if that just, is enough to push us over the edge. What do each of these have? 4 fish turbines, 2 accumulators, a geothermal plant, and a pressure pump. Okay. And I want to do 2 of them. So... gonna need 8 fish turbines. 4 accumulators. 2 geothermal plants and 2 pressure pumps. Cool. And I bet none of that... Well, the pressure pumps should be being made. Maybe geothermal plants. But I bet the accumulators and the multi-blade turbines we're not making, so let's figure out what we need for fish turbines. Bet we can just make these. Yep. Alright, bots should be able to get all that made pretty quickly. Let's park our butts up here so that when the bots bring me those things, or so that when the bots get everything up here to make these, you know, I'll be in easy delivery range. I'm also gonna request some extra undergrounds, because I'm sure we're gonna need those to get everything hooked up. And hopefully a couple of those is enough. It's a few hundred megawatts, which, like, isn't a ton, but we're right on the edge of being functional right now, so... hooking up 2 more of those, we're probably going to also need 1 or 2 more heat exchangers, and I should probably drop a couple more high-pressure steam turbines over here. We'll grab 2 of those, and 3 of these. Why not? And the bots are going wild, which is good to see. Yeah, we should have all of these machines that we need crafted up pretty quickly. Right. I was waiting on this tech anyway to be able to finish my nuclear build. And it is running, although we're running at 11 SPM instead of 12? Like, very consistently at 11 instead of 12. What's going on with that? I'm not. Oh, power, of course. Everything's low power. That's why. Duh. are we doing? 2 more turbines, and we're still waiting for a few more. Oh, just 1 more accumulator. Awesome. Just a matter of whenever the bots decide to bring some iron plates up here. All right. Do we have everything? We have everything. Cool. Let's get out of here. We have lots of pipes. We have lots of... Oh, hey, Noah. Sorry, I was looking at a Google search in my browser. I didn't see your messages. I mostly play... I play this. I play Kerbal Space Program. Occasionally, a little bit of modded Minecraft, like automation stuff. Anything that's kind of automation-y or puzzle-y. This is what I'm looking for? Geothermal fissure. Yes. So we should be able to just, like, find one of the places where we already have this set up and just, like... donk and... donk. Let's clean this up a little bit so I can see what I'm doing. Is there water near here? Down here. Somewhere around here? There's so many trees, my poor bots. Oh, right here, I see it now. And then I think we're just waiting for the water to hook up here. Is this on? Missing required fluid. Oh, no, because that's not how you hook these pipes up. Do I have any plans for upgrading my channel? Not really. I'm pretty happy with where things are at right now. Oop, too far. Oh god, where is it? This one. Okay. Pump and power for the pump. Yes. Keep going. We're still pretty far north. We're gonna have to do another pump at some point. And there we go. Too far. We're at here. Not that pump. This pump. And once again, let's run power poles up. Did I get bumped sideways somewhere here? Wait, are my pipes not actually... How did I achieve this? Whatever. I'm not going to worry about it. We'll just fix it and we'll move on with our lives. Oh, and this is still too long. Oh, but just barely. Okay, we're fine. Am I far enough south? I'm kind of as far south as I'm going to get. And we need to power this. I'll run that pump off of here. This power grid is separate from the main grid. This is what's already running off of geothermal. So I've got like 2 tiers of backups. All the geothermal runs off of its own just wind turbines, and then the geothermal runs the rest of the power plants, and then the power plants run the base. So these pumps can really run off of either grid. Probably a lot of the geothermal is being pumped from the main grid right now in a way that it shouldn't be. Like the pumps, because it passes through the main base, I'm sure that power is not as isolated as I would like. But pumps don't use a lot of power, so... Wow, we're out of undergrounds. I did not expect to use that many for just one of these connections. Alright, we are back under capacity at least. Not enough for us to start buffering any steam, though, so I do still want to hook up the extra geothermal. Oh, nope. We're still flickering. Never mind. Oh, we're spiking to 7. Oh, dear. Yeah, the particle accelerators are turning on. That'll do it. All right, where are pipes? Pipes. Oh, why am I grabbing those power poles? That's not going to work. So that should be more geothermal, but this is not spitting out geothermal. So something is broken somewhere. Either a pump that I forgot to power or something up top with the actual geothermal extractor. Missing required fluid. Wait. Since when do these not take pressurized water? Oh, this just has the wrong mining fluid in it because I got things hooked up wrong. That is annoying that it does that. Okay. Oh, because it's a pass-through, so it also acts as a pipe. That was the issue. Okay. Now this should turn on. Oh, nope, we hooked up the wrong thing again. It is distressingly easy because of the default alignment of these buildings and because they're all pass-through buildings. It's very easy to get all of this with the wrong fluids stuck in them. There we go. Now we're running. Yeah, and these are fully buffered. The accumulators are just to take up variance in the wind power, so they're not a big deal. Hopefully, I didn't push water all the way down this system. No, it's geothermal everywhere else. Oh, nope, you have water. All right, I think we got it. This pipe is going to fill up now because we don't have the turbine capacity for the extra geothermal. But that is easy enough to fix. Wait, are these not hooked? Oh no, they're hooked up on the top. They're hooked up on the top. Okay. Alright, that's a little bit of extra pressurized steam. And because, like, our overall demand on this power grid should be the same, that is steam that's going to get fed right into this system. Alright, I think we should still try to hook up other one that I saw. Was it over here? Yeah. We'll pull this one down and over, and we'll get it hooked up to this network. We can input it where that other geothermal build is, and 2 of these is like, I think 3 geothermal was pretty close to a gigawatt, so 2 more of them is whatever, 500 or 600 megawatts. Which is like obviously not huge, but should at least help with our overall peak power usage. Yeah, we're still, and obviously this is with particle accelerators running, pulling several hundred megawatts. But our demand is spiking to, over 9 right now. There's not a lot that I can do about that. Like, I could probably get us to the point where we can do, 7 something pretty stably by throwing more geothermal at it. But alright, so this is going to have one of these guys. We're going to put in a pressure pump. Guess on this side. Water pump. Let me get the power set up. How far south do I need to go? We want to come through like here. Yeah, we want to come in like just north of the Corlex. So, all right, right around when we get to like this mess of water. Too far again. Oh, much too far. Oh, dear. Oh, no, it's not much too far. It's right at the bottom. No wonder I couldn't find it. This is actually really close to where I want to be turning right, isn't it? It is. You know what? In that case, I don't think I need this pump here. I think we can just turn right. Yeah. Because the pipe area is a square, we can run this way and save ourselves a pump. And I'm out of undergrounds. Cool! Alright, let's get these pumps hooked up. Oh, and I'm out of those too. Cool! So I'm going to need a few dozen more power poles to get all the pumps hooked up along this path. I'm going to need some more undergrounds to finish hooking up the actual geothermal water. Oh, how's base power doing? Terribly. That pipe is about where I wanted it to come through, though, so that's good. We should be able to thread it in between the builds without too much issue. Let's see. Power poles are up here somewhere. Yeah. Oh, nope. We don't need all that stuff again. Stop. Wait, no. I do want the high-pressure turbines. I do want one more heat exchanger, maybe? Yeah. These ones aren't running full speed. Each of them pulls, what, 480 per second? And each of these geothermal mines is making 350 a second. So if I'm going to have 5 of those at 350... Oh no, 3.7 will be sufficient. So 4 of them that I have will be enough for all 5 mines once I have the 5th one fully hooked up. Okay. There we go. That should be all pumping down here now. Cool. Yep, we've got geothermal water all the way down to the bottom. That is what I wanted to see. All right, I should grab these bots. They'll catch up to me eventually, but it's just easier if we don't lose them in the first place. Again, this isn't like a huge amount of extra power. But it's cheap. It's easy. Doesn't take us that long to set up. So... Whoops. Went way too far again. All right, now we just got to disconnect all of this from where it ended up hooked up to the other power grid in a few places. Isolated? Isolated. Good. And then in theory, these should still be able to handle everything that's coming in. Although apparently not. No, I guess we're not quite hitting 100%. So we should be We should be okay. Yep. So we should be feeding a little bit more steam from these guys out to here now. Still not a lot. Yeah, and they're still bouncing off of their ability to provide power. I mean, it looks like we're up to like 7.5 steady state, which is cool and all, but is still insufficient when everything is running at once. But that probably just means that one or more of our particle accelerators is going, right? Is it Nextlit batteries? It's not Nextlit batteries, which means it's the one down here making uranium fuel cells. Slowly but surely cranking out That's funny. I managed not to paste my settings onto this inserter because it's blocked by a tree. I'll have to fix that when I'm down there. But this is going, so this is almost a full stack of these fuel cells, and a stack of them is what we're going to want probably our delivery size to be, because we're not going to go through them that quickly. At least our initial delivery size will just be a stack of them. We'll dispatch a train just for one stack, which is wasteful, but it is what it is. They're just made too slow for us to run at full speed. This is stopped because organic acid anhydride. That's bad. I thought that was, like, done a long time ago. Oh, fatty acids. Alright, so that's just lard. Alright, and the fatty acids machine is running. We just don't have quite enough for delivery. Yeah, this will make 20 fatty acids a second. And what is our... organic acid anhydride capable of pulling? 10 a second. Interesting. Yeah, okay. So if our fatty acids was running continuously, we would have plenty. So it's probably oleochemicals that's not enough. And this will pull 40 of that. Did I end up doubling this over here? I know I talked about doing it. I did. I've got 2 of these. But they don't have lard. So yeah, the lard shortage continues, I guess. Whoa! Where did all my optical fiber go? That's wild. Is that, these guys? Nope. I'm sure one of these uses it. Maybe not. Maybe I'm crazy. Oh, neuroprocessors. Okay. Which apparently I didn't label on the map. Neuroprocessors and whatever these are. Nextlit matrices. All right, let's get those labeled. Alright, well, this is all blocked on organic acid anhydride, so that's something we're going to have to figure out if we need to increase our capability for animal slaughter to get more lard. I feel like muckmocks make quite a bit of lard. I didn't make a very big muckmocks build, so we'll have to expand this if we want to use these guys for lard, just because we don't make that many of them. But we can definitely think about doing that. Also, why is all of this stopped? We have no phalogy? That should not be possible. Oh, this is still running recipe 1. Didn't I plan to upgrade this to recipe 2? Did I unlock recipe 2? I did. Alright, yeah, we need to go upgrade that to recipe 2. That's gonna be a problem. Oh, I never hooked water up to this. Or up to these guys. Alright, that's annoying. There we go. Oops. This was supposed to have been buffering for me, but that's alright. It will not take very long, I don't think, for this to... Yeah, turn all these machines on, and they will all be running quite a bit faster now. Cool. That should fix that bottleneck. What's going on with silicon? Oh, we're very close to running something. Cool. So yeah, we're going to need a lot more red chips to build up. We're going to need... I mean, what do we need for better power still? Everything. I mean, the big ones are red chips and mechanical parts, and a little bit of the self-assembly monolayer material. Because this needs, what, 100 complex circuit boards, and we need 20 of these. So that's like 10 stacks of circuit boards just for the biomass power plants. But not that much of the self-assembly and not that many mechanical parts. High-pressure steam turbine we only need one of. That's not too bad. And heat exchanger we only need one of. Again, that's not too bad. So, like, as soon as all of this runs enough that we can get, like, a delivery of these and get a delivery of mechanical parts. Oh, which we're dangerously close to the delivery of mechanical parts. That's good to see. Yeah, that's still pushing up to like 9 gigawatts at peak. What's interesting is that the inserters always, like, spike right after we brown out. I'm not sure what causes that. Electronics are waiting on MOSFETs. Everything's waiting on MOSFETs. Okay. Well, we can keep building the nuclear stuff. It's just we can't really power it. And I was really hoping to see us have all the stuff we needed for building the power plant by now. Oh, we don't need that many accumulators. Probably same with fish turbines. Let's just not. Yeah, I mean, everything's running fine, it looks like. It's just we have too much demand. There's not a lot I can do about that. Oh, all right. Well, let's see where we're at. Have we managed to make our breeder reactor yet? No, that needs 500 red chips for the breeder reactor. Okay. I don't think I even have that many sitting in storage right now. I don't. I have 250. So we have to wait for MOSFETs at least to run once. Oh, and of course these got delivered to... Oh no, this is MOSFETs. Excellent. Alright, it's ad break o'clock. I'm gonna go ahead and let the ad run. I need to grab my water. I left it in the kitchen when I started the stream. And then when we're back from the ad break, hopefully MOSFETs will have run, and maybe we'll have more red chips. And I can hand feed the red chips to the breeder reactor here and get this up and running. And I think that's the last thing we need to be able to do the nuclear build, even if we can't... even if we're still browning out badly, we can at least get that built up while we're kind of waiting for the parts to be able to power it. And then I might be able to hand feed mechanical parts and just enough self-assembly monolayer material as well to get all this running. So maybe we can hand feed everything and get what we need for power. It'll be close, though. I'll see everyone shortly. Welcome back, everybody. We are looking at nuclear this. That's funny. Apparently this is too short of a buffer for the U-235. I don't know what the chances are with a buffer like of this size for it to back up like this, but it totally backed up. So we're going to have to go down there and we're going to have to get this unblocked. Although for now that does mean that the particle accelerator is turned off. We do have enough uranium fuel cells for a single delivery already. So we don't necessarily have to unblock this. Maybe we leave it blocked. Stuff might decay, but whatever. I don't care. Don't care that much about it. It's just a little bit of nuclear stuff. But the question is, was the ad break long enough for us to get enough MOSFETs for chips to turn on yet? No. Let's go, though. Where am I? Up here. All right. Yeah, let's head over. Let's head south. Let's grab... I'm going to let, I think, the mechanical parts, too, just build up on their own, because it seems like those are pretty close anyway. We can hand deliver those. We're going to grab everything that we need to hand deliver to get the power plant built, except for red chips, because red chips aren't being built right now, and then when we can grab red chips, we'll grab red chips, too. Because I think we have pretty close to all the stuff we're going to need. We just don't have it all in delivery quantities, and I don't necessarily trust the bots to... You know, the bots aren't going to prioritize any given request or chest anyway, so if we want to make sure that stuff all goes to exactly the things we want it to go to, then we want to do it by hand. So we're going to grab all of the self-assembly monolayer material we've built so far. We're going to grab... well, we'll figure out how much of everything we need, basically. We double-check YAFC, if I can find the window. Yeah, so we need 20 power plants, 5 heat exchangers, and 1 high-pressure steam turbine. All right. So, for the self-assembly monolayer material, we probably don't quite have enough of this yet, but that's okay. 20 times 40... Yeah, that's 800 already. So we definitely don't have enough. Plus 5 times 5 is 25. 825. 925 of that. How much do we have so far? 100. All right. Maybe we don't do this yet. I was hoping that we would have everything we needed for this, but maybe not. Maybe we have to let this run a little bit more. Let's see, these are 1-to-1, and each of these is 5 organic acid anhydride to 0.05. So it's like divide by 100. So each delivery of organic acid anhydride is 1.1 twice, because we have 2 levels of prod. Okay. Each delivery of organic acid anhydride should make about 300 self-assembly monolayer material. So we'll get 2 or 3 more deliveries will be enough. Although that's still only half a train. I think the only stuff, then, that we're not going to get delivered is going to be all of the individual components that we need here. The brakes, the control panels, the gearbox, the shafts, and the utility boxes. I think we're just going to end up waiting for mechanical parts and waiting for self-assembly monolayer. Yeah, so it's just brakes, control panels, gearbox, shafts, utility boxes. Let's grab that stuff, then, and we can hand deliver that. Because those are going to take a long time to end up buffered. Brakes. Control panels. Gearboxes. Utility boxes. And over here, shafts. Cool. And then mechanical parts. We might have enough mechanical parts for everything if we just grab those. grab all the mechanical parts we have. What's going on over here? MOSFETs are still running. Not quite a full run. And I don't know if those MOSFETs are even going to go to red chips or if that delivery is going to end up going to... it might come over here and go to electronics. But at the very least, we can deliver all of these things to the mall. Oops, sorry. And, you know what? I guess I could hand deliver this. Let's do it. Let's screw up CyberSyn's automatic routing a little bit. And let's just grab the MOSFETs we have and bring them to red chips, because I need red chips for the breeder reactor. So we're just gonna yoink those. So that ought to get us a few hundred MOSFETs, or a few hundred red chips. I will have to come back down here and check on that. We're just waiting for a couple stacks of those. Oh, I can fix the messed up uranium processing while I'm down here. I'm actually surprised this broke. I guess I should just put a slightly larger buffer in. Right here. Yeah, we had just a little bit too much U-235 compared to U-238 coming through. Let's just do, like... No, I don't like that. And then the excess goes up there still. There we go. That ought to stop this from being able to back up. Shrug. Maybe. Because this way, even if we have a long run of getting a bunch of U-235 and not enough U-238, it'll still be able to buffer the right things in the right places. The chances of us getting so much U-235 that that chest fills up and then there's no room for U-238 is now astronomically small. And that's really all we could do. $400. Do we think there's enough, like, here for me to get 500 that I need? There is. All right, cool. We have 500. And then while we're up here, I'll update my requests, and we'll do the... we'll get everything we need for the nuclear sample build. Because I think we have pretty much everything we need for that. So, for nuclear samples, this is enough stuff. I'm just going to do the shopping list. Export to blueprint, requester chest. There it goes. And we should have everything we need. Oh, we're down a heat exchanger still, because we're still waiting for advanced material processing. Oh, and we're down a particle accelerator. What do we need for that? Oh, electric engines. Shoot. How many electric engines do we have sitting around down here? Not many, but we also don't need many. Okay. I guess I'm gonna go grab the electric engines we need. And then... hopefully by then this tech will be done. This advanced material processing too. Hey, we're sitting at like a reasonable number of gigawatts. Are we even buffering a little bit of steam now? Look at that. We are. We're buffering a little bit of steam. That is excellent. Something turned off that was using a bunch of power. And I am okay with that. Because, yeah, the more steam we can get into these buffers, the better. Okay, we've got all of our stuff. Oh, I accidentally trashed. I wanted to drop a few of these. The bots bring me those. They'll probably bring them from storage. And one of them is charging, of course. All right. Finish charging, finish charging. Let's drop off these high-pressure steam turbines. What does this say? 26 minutes left? Half an hour? Okay. We can get everything done except for that part, I think. It would be nice to have, obviously, everything in place, but if I have to ghost in that boiler, like... Because we're going to be running fuel through so slowly, I don't know if it's a big deal for us if we are... if we don't have the whole cooling for the reactor in place immediately. I mean, obviously we don't want to blow up a reactor, but Good. This is working as intended. We're buffering a little bit of steam, like I said. And then the extra steam turbines will just help us to, you know, we have 473 times 20 of them. So that's like 9.5 gigawatts of total. I should actually be able to just check, right? 21 of those. Yeah, 9.5 gigawatts. So in theory, as long as we have the steam in the steam battery for it, we can spike up to 9.5 gigawatts. Our whole system on its own can really only run at like 6 or 7, though. So anytime we're running above that, we're definitely eating into our steam battery. I think sitting around here is safe, but like spiking up to 7 like that, that's probably draining the steam battery a little bit when that happens. And that's particle accelerators doing that, right? Meow, meow, meow. The sound effect is important when discussing power usage, obviously. Okay, let's go grab... How many motors do I need to make this last particle accelerator for this guy? How many do these use? 20, and there's already 8, so I only need 12 of them. Okay. Yeah, we should have 12 motors down here. Hopefully I've got everything else we're going to need to build up the nuclear sample build. That shouldn't be too much of a weird... Shouldn't be too much of a weird build, I don't think. Alright, electric engines right here. Twelve of them. How are we doing on red chips down here? Yeah, just a couple hundred more. All right, I'm not going to mess. We'll just wait. The bots will, or the train system will eventually make a delivery of red chips to the station that needs them. All right, there's our particle accelerator. And I believe I've got everything else we're going to need except for this one heat exchanger. And we're still waiting on the tech for that. So as soon as we get that tech, we can add that to the mall and grab the building. But otherwise... So if we go back to nuclear samples in YAFC here, we're going to have a lot of stuff that we need to bring in at like different phases of doing this. We've got 7 different fluids, sorry. We've got a bunch of different solid things that need to come in. Basically, we run through a few of these plutonium processing steps. We get our depleted uranium fuel cells. We get plutonium out of that in the form of this plutonium oxide. And then we separate all of that into all of these things. We run all of these different plutonium types through the neutron absorbers, which like rebalances our plutonium isotopes. And then we run just the 238, which is the only one we care about right now, into nuclear samples. And then we've got some recycling, we've got the heat to deal with, and other things at the bottom. But I think we can start with just the like inputs that we need for the first half of this. So I think our requests are going to be the fuel cell, hydroxide, and antimony oxide, and then our fluids are going to be sulfuric acid, phosphoric acid, hydrogen peroxide, and ethanol. We'll call those our initial stations. And then for the actual nuclear samples, we're going to have I guess we could bring in the automation science pack in the same station, right? Because we only have well, we have 5 different inputs. Yeah, we have 5 inputs. So I think we can get away with 1 solid input. The question is, can we get away with 1 liquid input? Because that's a lot of fluids to bring in on 1. But everything's used in super low quantities. So maybe we do just do 2 input stations, and yeah, they're going to have a lot of different requests, but whatever. If we do need a couple of extra stations, we've got space over here where we're doing uranium fuel cell processing, so we can potentially deal with that. I guess I really don't even need uranium fuel cells to be on rails, do I? Like, now that I'm thinking about it. Is there a reason to do that? Or should I just be running them directly over? Okay, they're used when I want to make the uranium fuel cell Mark IIs. Apparently. No. That's an inaccessible recipe, according to YAFC. So what are they actually used in? How do I make the Mark IIs, then? That's the question. Do I not? Do I not make fuel cell Mark IIs? Are they not actually a thing? I don't think they're actually a thing. No, wait, here we go. This one comes out in Mark III. Yeah. Nuclear power stage 2 does not unlock a fuel cell Mark II. The Mark IIIs are made not with the Mark IIs. The Mark IVs are in nuclear power stage 4. And then the Mark Vs don't exist. Okay. Sure. I guess that's Pi AE doing things with the fuel cells and changing them compared to Pi coal processing. But I guess what all that does is answer my question, which is we don't need to ship these out on rails. There's no reason to. Cool. That saves us some trouble. But let's start with all of our fluid inputs. We'll do them right down here, and we're going to have a bunch of them. So how many of these did I say I'm going to have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 fluids. I think this is probably my biggest ever fluid station. All right, let's go through the list. Sulfuric acid. Hydrogen peroxide. Phosphoric acid. Boric acid. Industrial solvent. Aromatics for some reason. And ethanol. Now I need to do the same thing in here. Aromatics. And ethanol. And if I missed anything, we'll find it later. So, our first step is a mixer. Oh, and we also have solid inputs. Let's get the solid inputs in as well. Solid drop-off right here. All right, our solid inputs are sodium hydroxide, antimony oxide. Oh boy, more antimony. Plastic bars and automation science packs. Weird ingredient, but okay. Okay. So that is, I think, all of our inputs, plus we have the actual uranium fuel cells that are going to come in from here. So, the very first thing we need to do, actually, is run the breeder reactor. So let's not even pull the fuel cells over there. Let's, let's go ahead and put in the breeder reactor. We'll be fueling that in a minute. We're going to need a vanilla heat exchanger. We need water going into that, of course. Where's water? Right here. And then the steam comes out of that and goes into a cooling tower and then a void. Cooling tower. And the outfall, which we have to find a place where it fits. Is there a reason I never used niobium pipes? Not really. I just never got around to deciding if I have enough niobium at this point that I can consider them to be cheap. I probably do have enough niobium at this point that I could consider them cheap. But when I researched them, they still felt very expensive, and I just never got around to switching over. Same with Nexalit power poles. Okay. Let me actually change this a little bit. Because, like, in theory, we might want to have, eventually, more reactors. So let's run the heat off the very end. Like there. All right, these will consume 10 gigawatts. These are 4 gigajoules. Is that right? This will pull like 2.5 of these per second? Fascinating. But we're not going to do that. We're going to run them like here. All right. There is our depleted fuel cells. We're going to combine those with sodium hydroxide, water, and sulfuric acid in a mixer. All right, let's pull out sodium hydroxide. So that feeds a mixer, making antimony phosphate 1, all right. Actually do this below this belt. Sure. And that way, if we wanted to do 2 of these, again, we'd be able to. That sound when you open these is real obnoxious. Okay, that'll at least get us some of these moving through so I can sort of see each stage, like, moving as we move through it, which is what I want. Don't need a ton of... I don't need a ton of everything moving through. I just want to be able to see, like, each machine turn on, like, in sequence as we get our ingredients in. All right. The antimony phosphate is combined with antimony oxide and phosphoric acid. Oh, sorry. The antimony phosphate 1 is combined with antimony oxide and phosphoric acid to make the antimony phosphate solid, as well as Purex concentrate. All right, and that happens in a centrifuge. Let's move all of this a little bit over. Just because I want to be able to stack our different stages vertically as I go past here. So the next stage needs the antimony oxide and the antimony phosphate 1 in a centrifuge. Okay. So antimony oxide will be coming out of this machine, or this storage. That'll also, I think, go in the top, now that I think about it. Because this is going to have a couple of fluid inputs. Yeah, and only one fluid output. So we'll take the solid input along the top, and then our 2 fluid inputs, like so. And the phosphoric acid. Cool. Let's get that crafting in the mall for me. A small amount of that. And here, let's again mark out where everything will connect for a second one. Our output here is, whoops, there we go. Cool. Up next is another centrifuge, which brings in that antimony phosphate and hydrogen peroxide. Okay. So there is the antimony phosphate. We're going to need peroxide, this one. That all feeds a centrifuge, making plutonium peroxide. And then the output of that is antimony phosphate 2, which I think is one of the things that gets recycled. Yes. And the plutonium peroxide. This Purex concentrate output is also one of our recycling things. So I'm going to pull those recycling outputs to the left for us to deal with later. So there they are right there. I can pull those down to wherever I need to do the recycling for those. Or up, for that matter, if it's easier to do it up. Might be easier to go up, actually, but whatever. We'll figure it out. And then the other thing is the plutonium peroxide, which feeds into an evaporator. Jeez. Along with ethanol. And then the plutonium oxide from this. Excuse me, I don't think I quite muted in time there. Which is potentially a lot of outputs. We loop this up. That feeds into the particle accelerator. Which does the plutonium separation for us. Cool. I think that's it. All of these are set up so that I can easily, like, scale them out as I have to. Except maybe these guys. I need to figure out how to route the ethanol. There we go. But yeah, these are all set up so I can extend the rows if I need to make this build bigger in the future. So this spits out all sorts of plutonium bits and pieces. And all of that, my plan was basically to put all of that into a deposit. And I probably don't need a deposit. I could probably get away with like a warehouse or even a shed. But I'll do a deposit because it has more inputs and outputs, and that's really the thing that I care about. Because what we have to do now is each of these 4 neutron capture recipes we need to be running with the right like belt that's split between the different plutonium things. And we also need to be passing in plutonium peroxide to each of those. So that's this that we need to pull out. I want to pull it to like here. Yeah, that should do. And then each of these needs to be like pairs of the plutonium isotopes. So like we need 241 and 242. And that'll come out here into 2 neutron absorbers, which run this plutonium capture. Oh, and they also need boric acid. Of course they also need boric acid. Oh, and this is a super small building. Okay. And then they're going to have an output, and that output needs to come back into this machine. And then we do the same thing for the next one, 239 and 240. And 2 more. The next one is 239 and 241. Let's start at the top, sorry. 239 and 241. And then the last one is just 242. It's a single output. And we have to hook up the... Ooh, that fits nicely at least. That'll be the plutonium peroxide into each of those. And then the last part that it's going to need is the boric... No, the boric is... Yeah, the boric acid. Boric acid. So all of these have fuel, quote unquote. They just need power. All right, I can do that. All right, so that's all of the recycling, except that I hooked up none of these inserters to the belts that they're supposed to be hooked up to. Awesome. Oh, and Twitch is telling me that it is ad break o'clock again. Oh boy. So when we are back from the ad break, we will get this finished up. But we're very close to being done with this build already. I'll see everyone in just a few minutes when we're back from the ad, and yeah, we'll get the rest of these steps wrapped up. I'll see everyone soon. All right. Twitch says we still have ads going, but while we're waiting for that, let's head up and grab the heat exchanger that we need. That'll get us the final component so that this build can actually really turn on. All right, bots, bring me a heat exchanger. Or, you know, I can do it myself. Okay, and Twitch says the ad break is finally over. Welcome back, everybody. I was just running up to the mall to grab the heat exchanger that we need. That way, we should be able to drop this in. Yeah, and this will just do its darndest to start making more of those for us to run. All right, we're waiting for antimony oxide and phosphoric acid for step 2 to turn on. With all of these running here... So yeah, we have the recycling of antimony phosphate and Purex concentrate into phosphorus acid that we still have to do, and then we have the actual nuclear samples themselves. That's right here are our two fluids that become phosphorus acid, and plastic bars are here. Maybe we do go up with it instead of down with it. Maybe that is the right choice. So there's one of our outputs, and then the other one... right up here. So those go into a scrubber. Why do I still have 4? Why do I still have 4 neutron absorbers? That's weird. Huh. I must have accidentally grabbed extras? Not sure. Not gonna worry about it now. Scrubber. Line this up with everything else. There we go. Making phosphorus acid from antimony phosphate 2 and Purex concentrate 1. This inner pipe is antimony phosphate 2. Okay. And this will spit out a lot of things, potentially. But we need to bring in plastic bars for it, which is going to be exciting. And then we're going to output a bunch of potential stuff, which we need to split and get organized. Okay. We want to do plastic on the right. Plastic bars. Which are going to get automatically merged in back to this side. And then the other side of this is potentially antimony oxide. So we'll grab an output for that. Yeah, all of this is too close up here for us to use that location. That's fine. All right, so this is going to be antimony oxide coming out the top. Oh. And we're making very little of this initially, I assume. Yeah, 0.0075. Actually, you know what? We don't even need to do this, do we? Instead of making a station for this... instead of doing all of this at all, our only solid outputs are the plastic and the antimony oxide, right? Yeah. So let's just, like, bring all this, like, right back down into here. There we go. And that way we just recycle the plastic and the antimony oxide back into our input, and we don't have to do anything weird with it at all, because both of those are also inputs. And then the other output is the phosphorus acid, and this does have to go to a station. Phosphorus acid is a byproduct, so we want that to go out. And then this station here is going to be for our actual output of the nuclear samples, and that's got to be... I've got to get the U-238 out, I've got to get... what a mess. This is going to be... the science packs... And then that needs to meet up with which fluids? Boric acid and industrial solvent and aromatics. All right, I gotta get all of those out. There's industrial solvent. There's aromatics. And then boric acid I have, like, up top already. Yeah. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. I actually kind of like that plan. We do this up top. Then boric acid comes in here. The other ones will do something similar. And then our output will be like this. So let's get the output routed. Just so I can see what I'm working with. And this will be the nuclear samples out at 0.01 per second. I don't think we're going to need any of this. For the initial scale that we're making these at, we don't need any of that, because we're going to be bringing these in at fairly low quantities. Okay. So, what are we blocked on at this point? We're missing ethanol and phosphoric acid, or not ethanol, hydrogen peroxide and phosphoric acid. The lack of peroxide does not surprise me. We're missing antimony oxide, which also kind of does not surprise me. It's all stuff that's not nuclear. That's really the... Yep, I mean, antimony is still running slowly. And what was the other thing? Hydrogen peroxide is not currently running because we don't have anthraquinone. Yep. Well, this is in the process of, I think, finishing up the last of whatever delivery of arthropod blood that it just got. So probably not going to be enough to run a train delivery, unfortunately. Oh, yeah, and our power is still bouncing around, doesn't Helps nothing. Do I have anything else weird in my inventory? Doesn't look like it. What about phosphoric acid? Why is phosphoric acid backed up? That feels like something that should not be backed up. Oh, we don't have logs? Again? I hate it here. Have logs been disrupted, or are they just, like... No, they have not really been disrupted. They've just been, we are using them as fast as we can make them. How far behind are we on log deliveries? That's for phosphoric acid. We've got one down here for... I don't know what this is. Okay. We're actually not, like, super far behind on log deliveries. What is that? Oh, phenol. Okay. So phosphoric acid should work again shortly. Ugh. Because, yeah, we have plenty of phosphorus acid. But not... yeah, just not the wood. All right. Here, let's bump that up so we get more frequent deliveries of the phosphoric rock. We're only using half a belt of it, but it does seem like we're having trouble keeping it in stock here. So just get a second train en route. Grabbing more input there would be good. I mean, otherwise, it really is just the log situation. Hmm. I probably could stand to expand logs a little bit more, but, like, we're already having trouble keeping these logs, like, fully operational as far as, like, the carbon dioxide and the muddy sledge for the build. So I would be concerned about expanding it further. How are we doing on antimony oxide? As always, we have none, basically. And we are also still low on Nexilate, which at least will help with our antimony demand. If we don't have the Nexilate, it'll also slow down our antimony consumption. Yeah, a lot of stuff that's sort of in the antimony chain is still not really running. But hopefully we have enough of those things delivered down here that we'll be able to get... Well, I hand-delivered a bunch of mechanical parts up top anyway, but... we have a pretty good backlog here of brakes and shafts and gearboxes. So that will, if I need to hand deliver a few more mechanical parts up top for our power plant needs, then we'll be able to get that done. It really is just the self-assembly monolayer material that we need for all that, though. How has that been going? Still has not run at all. This whole time, we have not managed to get any more of the organic acid anhydride. Yep, that has not run for the past, like, 9 hours. Yeah, it looks like a bunch of it has gone to the processed fatty acids instead of to... the other thing that uses it. Like, we do also need processed fatty acids for other things. But, like, this is all just us being out of lard, I'm quite certain. Like, if I check our oleochemicals... No! Wait, there's no water here? Did I really not hook water up when I rebuilt this? Am I that stupid? I'm that stupid. Alright, let's go fix that. Jeez. I upgraded that build. Well, apparently I downgraded it, but the intent was to upgrade it last week, just so it was capable of running a little more consistently for me. Apparently, I did not hook up... Did not hook up water. So that's cool. So that explains why we haven't had enough oleochemicals for anything to run. It's always something. Okay, so that will eventually get the self-assembly monolayer material running again, hopefully. Nuclear is still waiting on all the same things. Yeah. How are we doing over here in Animal Land? We are not currently slaughtering any Yes, we are. These last couple machines are running. These ones turned off because we're just out of them on the belts. The Xi machines are all running, though. Well, 15 of them. Which I think is the right number. I think I just built them as 16 because that was aesthetically pleasing. Because this spits out, what, 4 lava in 20 seconds? And these each use, oh god, 2 lava in 115 seconds? Sure. There's a 15 in there. I'll believe that that means I got the ratio right. Yeah, and these all use very low quantities of the antimony phosphate 1, so, like, what's buffered in these pipes is already many crafts of nuclear samples worth of antimony phosphate. Does phosphoric acid have logs yet? It does. What's, like, our overall network demand for phosphoric acid? How are we doing? Okay. We've got a shipment going to whatever this station is. Hydrogen, sulfuric... Oh, I have no idea what this would be. Oh, etching solution. All right. This one, which is... Oh, aluminum plates. Ooh, aluminum plates have been out of phosphoric acid. That, could be bad. It's not. We have plenty. Oh, we're almost out of molten aluminum, though. Okay. So yes, that could be bad. And then... Oh, this is the organic acid anhydride. Oh, that's also phosphoric acid? Cool. And then our new build down here. This is going to be the nuclear samples. Yeah. So a couple deliveries of phosphoric acid, and then we'll get one here. And then the only other thing remains hydrogen peroxide, which is just like... It's always going to be a thing. We're never going to have enough of it. We're always, always, always right on the cusp of running out. I don't think any of these processes take prod modules. They don't. I think I already went through this. I prodded a couple of things that took prod in the vanadium pentoxide loop. Or there's only one thing that takes prod in the vanadium pentoxide process. It's this one here. This recycling of pulp stage 3 back to pulp stage 1. So that is prodded, at least, which helps a little bit. Can I prod? I didn't even think to check this. No, you cannot prod slaughterhouses. Okay. That would have been helpful. I would just really like to see this turn on, because then I would know that I built it right. But I don't think we're going to see that right away. I think we're just still waiting for too many other things to catch up, too many other things that are currently behind. Because, yeah, everything that wants antimony is currently not getting it. And if we had spare perox... Ooh, excuse me, I'm so sorry. That snuck up on me. If we had spare peroxide, I would change the antimony oxide back to antimony 2, but we do not have spare peroxide. So we could go back to what we were thinking about a couple of weeks ago, which is make a lot more Zais. Because that would push on our peroxide, and then we'd be able to... At this point, I really can. Yeah, it's just like... If I was playing on my own, then I would probably just leave it running and go make food and not worry about it. But when I'm streaming, it's hard to be limping along because I'm trying to find stuff that I can do that's, like, mildly engaging. But yeah, we're very much limping along on everything right now, right? Power at least seems to have stabilized, which is nice. I was going to say, if we're down at 5.5 gigs, then that probably means that we're even buffering Steam, and we are. All we need to be able to do the upgraded biomass plant is the self-assembly monolayer, and that's just waiting on oleochemicals. This is the last thing for chem science. I guess I could go do, like, the chem science build and have it ready to go for when nuclear is done. Yeah, all this needs is the plutonium-238, and all that needs is these last, well, 3 deliveries, actually, so quite a bit of stuff. The other thing we could be thinking about, although that also needs self-assembly monolayer materials, is Vatbrains, but we don't need them for the cartridges. Yeah. We need the self-assembly monolayer for the biocomputers, but not the cartridges. So let's, maybe we should get Vatbrains figured out, because we're going to want them, for sure. So these use 1 cartridge every 20 seconds. So if I want to be able to run... you know what? Let's grab some bits and pieces. Let's grab some brains, and let's grab some self-assembly monolayer. I have no idea what, like, the beacon radius of these guys is. So let's figure out what our, like, updated science build is going to look like that has the Vatbrains around the labs. And that'll kind of give me an idea for how many Vatbrain cartridges I need to be trying to make. Let's see, brains should be right over here. Shells, chitin, guts, brains. Let's grab some fresher stacks of them. Another thing I could be thinking about that should really be on my to-do list is I was talking about it last time, and I was on the fence about whether or not I wanted to upgrade my Digosaurs from just meat to workers' food. It probably is worth upgrading them to workers' food. So that is something else we could be working on today while we're waiting for nuclear to turn on and kind of limping through on power. All right, we got 3 of them. That's enough for us to, like, blueprint things and see what this looks like. Now the question is, can I find... Oh, there it is. That wasn't so bad. Science. So currently we're making... What is our SPM even? These make 0.1 a second, 0.2 per second, which is 12. Yeah. 12 SPM. And then... Right, we're running 12 machines because our research time is currently 90 seconds, but we have 150% research speed. Got it. So when we upgrade to blue, we go up to 120. So with that 50% research speed, we want... What? 16 machines, 16 labs to keep the same ratios. Plus the Vatbrain prod. All right, that's the area we have to work with. We need all of our machines. How do beacons work? They just have to touch the beacon area, right? They don't have to be fully contained within it. You'd think I would know this with over 1,000 hours in this game, but... All right, well, that's 12 off of one beacon, which is not awful. We should be able to run... Well, we're going to have the prod boost, right? So... whatever that prod boost is for Vatbrain 1s... 25%. So is 12 actually then... No, we still want 16 of them. I mean, I could be less efficient with my layout. If I grab 6 of these, right? Because I said I could fit, like, just barely 6. Yeah. So that's 12. 13, 14, 15, 16. The other option, if we wanted to kind of go the other way, would be to run, like, I mean, if we take our 12 that are currently here and we push them up to 16, and then run the Vatbrains. But this just seems worse, right? Like, I mean, I guess if we keep one there. We run it like... Yeah, we can run 1, 2, 3, 4 with our inputs exactly the same. Yeah, that works. Okay. So that means we only need one computer, and it's going to go here. There's got to be a way to do this. Deconstruction planner, please. Tiles. Always. There we go. So we'll take these guys, drop them here. The only problem is, yeah, let's do this then. And then we'll just run each automation science, Hi-Sci 1, Logi, Hi-Sci 2. Obviously, this is not going to scale pretty much beyond where we're currently at. Chemical. And we're going to want one more for military. But beyond where we're currently at, we're going to have to be thinking about changing our stuff anyway. So No diminishing returns, more vets. Okay, that's good to know that they don't have the diminishing returns. But for now, we can run one of them. It's just a matter of, like, how many can I squeeze in here that I know that I can, like, run off of my minimal base, right? All right, we need 4 labs. Because that'll get us up to 16 labs, which is enough. But even just running one of these, like 25% prod is huge. If I can successfully run 3 of them, then we're at 50% prod, right? Whoops. And then beyond that, squeezing more in for more prod would be great, but I'm not totally confident in my ability to even run one of these. Let's check out YAFC and let's see what we can do. So each of these is 1 per 20 seconds, so that's 0.05. What does that look like in terms of things like fetal serum? $5 a second. Okay, so if I can't even run 3 of these right now off of my current fetal serum build, and I'm not sure I have enough silver to even run my current fetal serum build. So we're going to start with 1. Which is fine. Oh, I should be limiting this, shouldn't I? What are the requests for this? I mean, I'm gonna have to change these ratios, but let's, let's just turn all this off right now. We're gonna drop all the science back in here. And we're gonna make sure that I set these to reasonable quantities. All right. For automation science, oh, and we actually should just update all of this for what we're doing for chem science anyway, which is 1, 2, 3, 6, 10 stacks. One, 2, 3, 6, 10. And then we'll do the same thing here. Less than 200. Pi Science 2 is 2 stacks, less than 400. Oops. Six stacks times 2 is 1,200. And 10 is 2,000. Okay. And then they'll also buffer a bunch on the belts, but that's fine. And then military science ends up where? Trying to find something that uses military science. It's at the same tier as Logi, right? No, it's at the same tier as Pi Sci 2, it looks like. But also sometimes at the same tier as Logi? No, 2020. Yeah. So it's the same as Pi Sci 2. Alright, which is set to 400. Alright. That should let this, like, accumulate whatever it needs to accumulate. Obviously, science here is going to slow down while science packs are being pulled away from the actual science machines as we're filling up this buffer. Are those my 4 labs? Those are my 4 labs. All right. We can go readjust the lab positioning as well. And then I also need to hook up a station to, I think, deliver the Vatbrain cartridges, because we don't really have, the way I set that up, there's not really space for the Vatbrain cartridges to come in on the same station as everything else. This is gonna be more labs than we can actually run full-time right now, so things will turn on and off and flicker, but whatever. And then over on this side, we'll do a solid drop-off for the Vatbrain cartridges. And I think I can make enough of these to keep just one Vatbrain computer running full-time. So that's what we're gonna do. Oh, that's Pi Sci 1. Yeah, never mind. Pi Sci 2 is at, 400. Logi Sci we're out of. That's not a surprise. Logi Sci is always a problem. Now we just have to build these things, and they're made in a gene lab from brains. Oh, shale oil. That's an interesting one. What are my options here? Kerogen. Oh, that's a very small amount of kerogen to make enough shale oil for this. Okay. Yeah, that's fine, because we should still be making kerogen. A little bit. Ooh, is this kerogen up here? Yeah, this is probably just a normal requester station, isn't it? Yeah, that just dumps all the kerogen because I didn't think I had a use for it. Okay. We'll make this a void. Low priority. And then down here at stone mining, we need to drop down our usual decider combinator for overflow stuff. Copy that from somewhere. Oh, but it is another hour. I'm going to step away and get myself a little bit more water. I recommend everyone else do the same. Hydrate, stretch your legs, and when we're back from the ad break, we will we'll get kerogen available to us, and we'll see if we can get enough shale oil from that, although we may just need to check out the depolymerized organics recipe as well if we can't consistently get enough shale oil. But yeah, we'll take a look at that when we're back from the ad break. I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. Ooh, we're back. Sorry about that. Do I remember what I'm doing? Right. I was working on... I was going to try to get this working so that our Keragen sink is actually a void. It's only used on overflow. But the question is, do we even have enough stone demand that this is going to run? We only need a very small amount of Keragen to actually run the Vatbrain cartridges, so, like, if this works, I'm happy to do it this way. Otherwise, we will have to try to figure out the depolymerized organics way. We just make so much stone from other sources now, from various ore processing things, etc., that I'm just not sure if we run the stone mine often enough. Yeah, greater than 10k. We will just have to see if this... I mean, I guess we can check, right? If I look for stone in Cybersyn, like... We do have several thousand of it available at other stations, which was my concern. Okay. What's this? Oh, moss. So this may not run very often, which means we may not get the Keragen we need. Well, for now, I'll take what we have and I'll hand feed it. Because we only need, like, a quarter of a Keragen per second. And that stone mine can, in theory, produce quite a bit more than that. So if we get enough of it, we will be in good shape. So to build the Vatbrain cartridges... no, I don't need to be searching for Vatbrain. What do I need? I need a retorter and a gene lab. And then if it turns out we can't get enough Keragen consistently enough at this point of the game, then the other option is this recipe, which pulls in depolymerized organics, which is just liquid manure. So this isn't too awful either. But for now, we're going to try to do Keragen. And we'll just deliver the Keragen on site. Oh, we need to do Steam as well. And we will scale that appropriately, 0.1 per second, because it's one machine. This is the size of the actual build, right? One electric boiler. That retorter is taking forever. I had a good time. Welcome in. Good to see you. How's it going? That is always hard. Alright, I think we got everything we need here. Where do I want to do this build? It's a fairly small build, at least for now, although I suspect it will get bigger eventually. I guess I can just come down here and do it where I've been throwing builds around. Ooh, we got phosphoric acid. We still have not gotten antimony or hydrogen peroxide. We are making hydrogen peroxide at least, so that's a good sign. Yeah, if we just do a, just like there. I think that's a fine spot for us to drop down this, this build. And what I will do is, because the alternative shale oil method is a lot more complex, I was going to say I want to separate the shale oil from the Vatbrain cartridges, but because we can only feed in a little bit of Keragen right now, I'm actually not sure if that's going to work. So we'll think about that. Do I get a milestone for Vatbrain cartridges? I do get a milestone for my first Vatbrain cartridge. Woohoo! Oh, can I prod these? I didn't even check. No, I cannot prod any of this. Okay. So for the Vatbrain cartridges, we're going to bring in... Here, let's do a... fluid drop-off, a solid drop-off, and a solid pickup, which is going to be for the actual cartridges. The drop-off over here is going to be shale oil. And then for now, what I will do is I'll drop down another solid drop-off here. And a fluid pickup. Fetal serum is the... Oh, can I prod fetal serum? I didn't even realize that. I should definitely do that, because that's a... How many prod modules do I have left? I have 48 prod modules that I'm sitting on. Yeah, we'll prod fetal serum. Okay, so this is just going to request... Keragen. Wait, is there a Keragen recipe? Do I have access to that? No. Not for quite a while before I can run these ground borer recipes. Okay. That's fine. So this will just feed a retorter. Except for now, because we expect this to... You know what, actually, we'll do this. We'll pump it in. We're probably not going to make enough for a delivery, but what I will do is I'll just, like, pump it back out and route it down here. And then here... Oh yeah, because we also have fetal serum, so I need to change this to be 2 requests anyway. Shale oil and fetal serum. And we will get fetal serum prodded. I also want these on the red network. Because we want the same kind of logic that I have, like, up here. Oh, this one just always requests lard. Oops. Then not there. Where do I have that logic set up? And I should also change that so that it's smarter. Oh, hey, that's running. Where did I do a build where I would have had that request logic? That's not quite it. Neuroprocessors? Close. Close enough. Except I don't want to actually bring our requests in here. So our requests are the niobium, titanium. No. Niobium, aluminium, titanium, special alloy. And then brains. What do brains stack to? Brains. Stack to 100. Okay. So our output is Vatbrain cartridges, which stack to 50. And we have the niobium, aluminium, titanium, and we have shale oil, and we have fetal serum. And then we output that we want Vatbrains. Yeah, so that'll only request brains once, like, everything else gets delivered. And yeah, we only made a few hundred shale oil, so it's not surprising that we're not getting that. This is only going to pump in a few hundred, but it's enough that this will then request brains. How much did we actually make? 3,000 of it. Yeah. But we should see that this is not requesting brains. Oh, because we haven't gotten the other alloy yet. Yeah. Oh, this is not our output, so we actually don't need... No, wait, yes we do. We need that because that's our input. We need this one because it's our output. So now we're requesting brains. We should have gotten a train dispatched for brains. Yes. We need one more output station as well. Let me do that. What am I doing? We need one more output station because any brains that decay, we need to get out of here. And they will be in the form of jerky. So that is one more station here. What does this take? I'm making cartridges. 1.5 brains, 0.1 of the other stuff. Okay. Hey, first Vatbrain cartridge. Yay. Yeah, and we need to filter out any spoilage. And then here, anything that's spoilage on the belt, we need to get rid of as well. I think we'll just do that like this. And that way, it'll just... We'll throw it back in here, and then it'll go on this belt. I guess the other thing I could do is just sushi belt the whole thing, but this is easier. Yeah, so this is only going to make a few hundred of these initially because we don't have the shale oil. Because I've just been voiding all of my Keratin because I didn't think I was ever going to need it. Again, if we have to, we can switch to the other shale oil recipe based on depolymerized organics, but... yeah, okay, fetal serum just straight up takes prod. So let's take a look at that in here. Wait a second. So 5 is just one of these, right? If we get rid of modules, yes. So it's going to be 0.1 times and then 0.75 times. So I think 2 machines would be 8 1/4. Nope, I did that wrong. Wait, no, with prod modules. Yes, there we go. 2 machines is 8 1/4 with prod modules. So I think that's what we'll do. It's a little more than 50% more. I'm not sure that we'll actually be able to run this at this speed. Silver is still very, very slow. But at least we'll have prod modules on it. So I'll grab another biofactory and we'll go upgrade that build. Because it's definitely worth putting prod modules on anything that uses silver, right? I also didn't check if any of these steps took prod modules, but I imagine they don't. Obviously, you can't prod those. Oh, this will take prod. Ooh. What does that look like if we put a prod module in that in here? I mean, I assume it just means that we make a little bit more plastic bars and antimony oxide, so our input is a little bit less. 0.015 down to, yeah, 0.014. Yep. That's pretty much it. And then we also spit out a little bit more phosphorus acid. I mean, I guess it's worth it. Why not? I think that's the only step of this whole thing that takes prod modules. You don't, right? Oh, I can also prod my uranium fuel cells. Okay. May as well. I don't think, like, our uranium input is anywhere near to our bottleneck, but, like, I'm happy to throw prod modules in anywhere along a long product chain, right? No, not a bioreactor, a biofactory. The final step takes prod 2. You are correct. I will throw a prod module in that as well. Where am I doing fetal serum? Right down here. All right. Let's, you know what? Let's start on this side. I'll swing by nuclear again, and I'll prod that last step, because there's no reason not to. I should also probably go through and prod all my science, but that's going to mean rearranging builds so we can still have the speed that we want. And I haven't felt like doing that yet, so we're prodding all the intermediates, but we're not prodding the science packs themselves yet. Cool. Because, yeah, that only runs like 5% of the time, I think, is what my my YAFC says. So we may as well. May as well prod it. Then we'll head over here. I'm going to drop that in there where it belongs and drop brains in here. I assume we're out of shale oil already? Yeah. That's not a surprise. We made like 60 of them. And then this is, yeah, jerky out. Okay. You know what? Let's do something a little bit different here. Instead of this, I'm gonna loop this whole thing around. Like that. We're only gonna output, like... yeah. A more moderate amount. And then we'll do... this right here, which is going to output the jerky. There we go. Now we have a sushi belt of sorts. I mean, honestly, I guess it could just be a sushi belt, huh? Like... they'll only put stuff out when there's space for it, right? So... and then we don't need that there, and we just pull out any jerky. Sure. I believe that's mostly correct. That should do the job. And then if I check on stone, are we going to see that we still have just like thousands of stone available to us scattered around the base, and our like stone mine is never ever going to run? Yes, that appears to be the case. Oh, this isn't flagged as a high priority, and it's not set up to void at Cobalt Extract. Alright, let's go fix that. Don't know how long that's been broken, but a while, I'm sure. There we go. Apparently I used so little of the Cobalt Extract for however long it's been broken. We've been able to get away with it. But I do think, unfortunately, that what all of this is looking like to me is that we're not going to be running this stone mine very frequently. So, we need to set up shale oil the other way. This one, which makes 70 in 5 seconds, so 14 a second. There we go. What are our subcritical water options these days? Hot air or biomass? Whatever. Cool. I don't think this build is going to take very long. Let me just make sure that I am accounting for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Manure spoils is a 6th station. Okay, so that will all fit on one, like, normal train station thing. How's power been doing? Do we have any steam buffered? We have a little bit of steam buffered. Okay. That's good to see. We are floating on the side of draining the buffer rather than filling it, though. Oh, we got antimony oxide. And this step is running. This step is now just waiting for hydrogen peroxide. Okay. I also realized something I did not do is I did not balance, or I don't have anything here to deal with, like... Maybe what I should do is pull all of these outputs, like, past their... Because a lot of these plutoniums and stuff decay into other things, and if our belts get, like, misbalanced, then we could end up not properly... We could end up with decay results, and I'm just not handling that right now. All those decay results will end up either at the end of these belts, which is not good, or if they decay in these machines, they'll end up back in here where they will just accumulate. So that is something to consider, is dealing with those decay results. A lot of those decay on the order of, like, hours, so it's not a huge deal in the immediate sense, but... What other, what else can I be doing for tech while we're waiting? Guess we can start trains. I should unlock speed modules. I'll need them eventually. Coal power stage 2. Do we need coal power plant 2s? I don't know if we're going to need these. I'll turn it on, though. Certainly, hot air 3 is gated below coal power 2, so we'll grab the tech because we will eventually want hot air 3. Ooh, and the sponge turd gives us pure sand recipe that I keep meaning to do, so... You want 2K heat for some Mark II buildings? Yeah. Doesn't the... Oh no, that's probably even higher, right? Yeah, RTG is 5,000. Okay. So the coal power plant lives in between those. Oop, that quartz ore rock is going to be right in my way, isn't it, with my train tracks? Maybe we're not building a station here. Let's go one further over. Ooh, hey, vanadium pentoxide is stalled on ammonia? Excuse me? Ugh, okay. I think what I need is... because my main ammonia production is Wohler synthesis, I need to flag cyanic acid as being a high priority station, a high priority delivery for ammonia. Otherwise, we break the loop. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. Now, I believe that I have this ammonia pushing out to... rails? Yes. So yeah, this will eventually cause a delivery to happen. So we're not stalled. But I should fix cyanic acid here. Let's go do that before we do this, because I don't want my nitrogen chemistry to fall over. Alright, I think what I need is one of these guys in station control mode. And I want to feed that. Ammonia and priority 1. Oh, no, that needs to be the threshold, not the... Still a threshold, which means not negative. And then I don't think this is smart enough to know that it is... Yeah, the UI doesn't tell me that this station priority only applies to ammonia, but, like, that's how priority signals work on station control. So that's fine. So as soon as we have 25,000 ammonia again stacked up here, this should be the next thing that gets it. And once we have urea, Waller should turn back on. Or sorry, not urea, cyanic acid. And that'll fix my other ammonia demand, at least in the short term. It probably means that I'm not making enough ammonia, like if the whole loop broke, right? But that is a problem for future, Brennan. For now, we're going to keep limping forward with the base that we have, because we're trying to get chem science going here. We're so close. We're so close. What is it chirping about? What's missing here? Oh, I'm out of rail signals. Okay. We'll have to deal with that. What's this? Rare earths. Don't care. Twitch is once again telling me that it is ad break o'clock. I do run just one ad break an hour. Just long enough to keep pre-roll ads turned off, because I hate pre-roll ads. I recommend getting some water, stretch your legs, take care of yourselves as a human being while the ad runs. And when we come back, we will get this shale oil from manure build done that we were trying to do before we found our ammonia problem. I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. Welcome back, everybody. I appreciate you sticking around through the break. We are working on shale oil from manure. So this is going to be hot air in. And the hot air is going to be feeding... There we go. Hot air is feeding 3 heat exchangers, making subcritical water. Okay. Heat exchangers are always an awful building, and I'm sure this is, yep, no different. No matter what recipe, they're always awful. Pressurized water into the whole system. And that'll work. All right. That is the subcritical water. Other input is solid drop-off right here. And this is just requesting manure, but we're not going to do a normal request, are we? We're going to do a decider combinator. What does manure stack to? 100. Okay. So this is going to be, you know, if we have hot air and our output, which is shale oil, is less than like 200,000, then we output our manure request of minus 3,000. And then I guess I do still want one of these because this will set our request threshold. Yeah. So this should be saying now... oh, I'm missing... There we go. So now that's outputting its request. So this should request the manure. That feeds into 2 bioreactors to make liquid manure. Okay, how much manure per second is that? 2 per second. Not a lot. Let's clear all of this. Bioreactors 1 and 2. Making liquid manure. We'll cycle that, and then we will have another output here for any rich clay that decays. We'll bring that over here to another output. High priority because it is a decay product and we want to keep it out of the way. All right, this is getting a delivery of manure. Beautiful. Let's get water hooked up here. Okay, and then the liquid manure and the subcritical water feed into 2 reformers making the depolymerized organics. Oh, this is a biggish one. Oh, and every side is... God. Why is this such an awful building? Okay. Oh, the inputs are on the... Gross. Whoever designed the input layout for this is an actual monster. Bop and bop. Okay. So now we have the depolymerized organics, and then those go into a light oil refinery. And that will be our... shale oil. I am sick and tired of this. Okay. That's working. I'm ready for bed. Well, dinner. I'm ready to take a break. But we'll get this done. We'll get, this is probably the end of the day. I didn't sleep very well last night, and I am ready to call it a day. So we'll, yeah, we'll get the shale oil done. Everything's kind of broken still, which is just frustrating. But I think we're almost certainly still blocked on, like, fatty acids. Yeah. Yep. And is that just blocked on? Yeah, we don't even have any lard here. So lard is still one of our major bottlenecks. I need to decide if, like... if muck-mocks are worth it, because they do make a lot of lard. And, like, in the grand scheme of things, I guess they're not that expensive. Like, Baoji isn't that bad, bedding isn't that bad. The muck-mock's food is not that bad. Like, what feeds into this? Yeah. Not that bad. Not that great, but not that bad. So, that may be the, oh, all of our seaweed is completely stopped. No How is that possible? I don't believe that that's possible. Holy crap. Maybe, just maybe, fertilizer should have been left on its own seaweed, because we need fertilizer for the upgraded seaweed build. That might be what I have to do, is move fertilizer back to its own seaweed, so we don't... Because I think it just locked up, right? We ran out of one or the other, and then the whole system died. Alright. Put fertilizer back on standalone seaweed. First thing next time. As far as other things that are broken and blocking us, like... why are muck-mocks halted? Muck-mocks are halted on Relesias, but almost certainly that's also fertilizer. Yeah. Oh, and I will add a to-do into the game in case I don't do it off, but, decide if muck-mock's lard is worth it. Because we can potentially get them going alongside our Augs, but, like, is it worth doing muck-mock's lard instead of, you know, we're still using the first Aug recipe, right? And maybe we can do better than that. Yeah, we're not even using the base Aug food, because that didn't seem worth it at the time. But, like, even potentially Aug 3 adds on top of food, what, bedding and some other stuff? So that might be worth it, and then we can, like, just drastically increase our Aug slaughter. So we have to decide which of those things we actually want to do. For now, though, let's get... Here, let's move this a little further out so I can see what I'm doing. Light oil refinery. Our steam output is cooling towered. And then that goes right into an outfall, which I should have space for around here somewhere. Okay, and hook that up. And then we're going to also have soot and tailings that we need to deal with. So we're going to have 2 fluid pickups. One of these is going to be our main output. The other one will be tailings. And the tailings output is high priority. And then the soot output comes out here to a solid pickup. How much soot does this make? 0.6 a second. All right. So that should be shale oil, question mark? I'm going to mark this shale oil station. Oh, hey, we got a load. Of course we did. After I just built the other one, we finally got a load of kerogen. I'm going to mark this as a high priority station, I think, because I think it makes sense for us to... Kerogen is otherwise a waste product. So if we prioritize the kerogen-based shale oil, we're avoiding using manure that we could be using for other things. Not that I think manure is a big deal. And then one of these will eventually get delivered. I'm not sure there's enough shale oil here to get a delivery down to this one, but certainly this one shouldn't take too long to make a bunch of it, so... Whoops. Helps if we hook up both buildings to the output. Alright, and like I said, I'm going to call it here with this build done. I'm going to add a to-do list for myself so I don't forget. Next time, rail signals at shale oil. Okay. Let's call it here. We made good progress. We have everything we need for ChemSci built. It's just a matter of waiting for everything we need for ChemSci to turn on. And some of that is just hard to scale up any further without building a lot of stuff that's going to be obsolete very quickly. Like, I don't really want to be putting pressure on... I don't really want to be scaling up arthropod blood any more than we have to and stuff like that. Did cyanic acid turn back on? Yes, okay. Did I flag this as a priority request? No. Okay. So I need to do the same thing here with cyanic acid that I did down here for ammonia, so that the ammonia cyanic loop is always, like, prioritized. And that way they'll keep themselves, like, fully saturated whenever possible. Hopefully doing it in one direction is fine, but if I suddenly have a lot of demand for cyanic, then it could also break... It could break both ways, right? So I want to make sure that it's fixed. So I will also add that to the to-do list. Make Waller request cyanic with high priority. Okay, those are our to-dos for next time, which are mostly like fixes. Because like I said, we're kind of in a holding pattern on getting to chem science until everything turns on. Once it all does turn on, though, we're there, right? We have all the stuff we need. So yeah, thanks very much, everyone, for tuning in. I appreciate it. If you are watching this on YouTube and you want to watch me live, there's a link to my Twitch down in the description. I stream Pyanodons every Tuesday and Thursday at 1 p.m. Pacific time. And yeah, thanks again, everyone, and I will see you next time.